Good morning. What's left of it anyway. Welcome to another stream. It's been a while. I meant to stream a couple of days ago, but if you haven't been following the latest updates on where I've been and what I've been up to. Also, I do apologize before we get into that. My allergies are acting up pretty bad, so I'm probably going to be sneezing a lot. I'll try to mute myself before that happens. But I probably sound really congested, and I do want to apologize about that. I don't know what is going on this morning, but my allergies are going fucking crazy. Like, I've already taken meds for this. Like, this is what I sound like on my meds for my allergies, and it's just not great. Not great. Sorry about that. Kind of want to try and minimize those things, as well as the sniffling. We are going to get into more of the Bazaar in a second. But getting back to the topic at hand, I was meant to stream on Tuesday, usual time. But I was out doing an early morning delivery route, and I got rear-ended at high speed while stopped at an intersection. About 6:18 a.m. in the morning. The driver was driving a black sedan and just hit me, and there was a person in front of me, so the force sent me into the car in front. Driver didn't stop, went around, took off down the road, sideswiped another guy, kept driving, and so been dealing with insurance. Thankfully, no one in the accident in all three cars that were damaged. No one got hurt, in any extreme or severe way. I did receive some burns on my right hand when the airbag deployed, so I'm still nursing that a little bit, but seems to be the most egregious injury that's come out of this whole ordeal. Car is totaled, unfortunately. It died protecting me. Airbag, like I said, it did deploy. I do have chronic lower back pain due to herniated discs. I'm actually surprised that I didn't have anything wrong with my back a day later. Didn't have a concussion, nothing like that. Pretty crazy, but hey, if you're looking for a safe vehicle, hey, Kia Soul. Literally saved my life the way that thing is designed. And I will miss my Kia Soul dearly. She was my partner in crime for about 5 years, and rip Kia Soul. But they did manage to identify the driver. I don't have an update on whether or not they are going to whether they've actually tracked him down. They do have his information. Apparently the vehicle was stolen, so we're just kind of waiting on all of that from the police side, and I'm dealing with insurance, and so today was kind of the first day that I could sort of get back to a regular routine. I'm not gonna continue to drive and do my deliveries at the moment with a rental. We do have a rental that was covered under insurance, but I don't want something to happen while I have the rental with me. So unfortunately, that kind of puts us in a bind financially, which sucks, but we'll figure it out. Already let my parents know. They said they'd chip in if we need it, and I said, well, we might, but let's not cross that bridge yet. Kind of unfortunate these things are all happening at once. We're still in the process of moving. We've got about a week or so left in this current apartment before we need to be fully moved out and into our new place, which is, it's been rough. It's been rough to say the least, but that's kind of enough about me. Let's get into the game. The Bazaar did recently have a maintenance patch, and so I don't think they really updated much. It was just like I said, it was down for maintenance and whatnot. I think there's going to be some changes coming into the game next week. They usually do a maintenance patch, and then they actually do a patch the following week. It's always offset like every other week. So if they keep up that schedule, that's how it should be. I believe this should be the last week for the current season in terms of like the prize pass and ranked, supposedly. So, it is what it is. I really only play ranked while I'm on stream. I tend to play normals off stream just to try out builds, see how they go. But yeah, because like my current rank is like bronze too. I don't try particularly hard to rank up in terms of all of that stuff. But yeah, my favorite stat to look at on this screen is the runs ended by your ghost. I've ended 169 runs. Very nice number, by the way. Excuse me. I do apologize about that. Had to blow my nose. All right, so
my people lack
I don't know who to start off in ranked. I guess we'll just start from the top. We'll just go with the pig run. Kind of hope for the best. We'll see how things go, though. We'll get in at least a run for every hero at least once. I always like enchanted item, even though it's kind of bad. And pig, I really should be starting with this one. And most of pig's skills are actually bad. I've actually never started gold income though. I usually always start with enchanted item. So yeah, I don't know. We're just gonna keep going enchanted because it can be fun. Radiant Piggles, Obsidian Helm, Fiery Slingshot. Sure. Why not? Okay. Hey, Piggles, that's a toy, which means extra hits. Words card, always good. Wow, they're just hitting us with a kitchen sink today. Well, it's not a toy, but, it is what it is. Pyro, I guess. Now, hopefully we can either get the skill or the loot. The lighter isn't particularly helpful. We should be alright here. Even if we had nothing, we'd still be okay. There's really no reason for me to empty my board, so that's just kind of how we are working that right now. I'm not really sure what we're gonna go with for pig here. I've been trying to when I play offline, or well, off stream I should say, not offline. I've I've been trying a couple of things. I found a lot of success with freeze builds, not so much with like fixer-upper builds. That's nice. I've been trying, but hasn't really worked out. Adjacent items get 2 crit chance for the fight. Sure. That is 1 extra ammo, which is good. Sorry about that. I don't remember mushrooms the bushel event, I think, and not the 2 income. So I guess we'll go weapons.
But I can help you finish the
I don't have enough for a spike shield right now. I mean, I do, but we don't know if that's the direction that this is going to go in. So, yeah, I'm going to have to pass, unfortunately.
But bare hands are not enough.
Oh, hey, more burn. That will help us with the fact that we don't have very many attacks in us. So, but I don't believe I'm going to be able to win against this person. 270, 30, 30, 30, 96. They do have healing. Yeah. Nope. This is a loss. This is a loss. I basically needed to crit almost every single hit, but yeah, not happening. We lose. We lose, unfortunately. They got healing. They've got damage. I had limited amount of ammo. Pretty standard start for Pig. Pretty standard. Well, standard when you don't get a good item. This is actually, it's all right, but it's got such limited use. So, I guess, I don't know. Okay, so we get double the ammo, we get more damage. That's something, you know. All right, more damage. Sure. We'll make it work somehow. We'll make it work. We'll try. We'll give it the good old college try. I guess in this case we'll go for Lick It. There should be one that's damage. Permanent damage. Okay. Small. I guess we'll put you over there. And let's see. Can we beat Scrapper? I don't think so. We'll just go after Mosquito. Let's make sure that we can get some kind of win structure going. Okay. Well, you're usually fine against Mosquito. If you lose against Mosquito, well, you know,
are pacifists.
Things happen. Let's put that there. Take the insect wing. Non-weapons. See if we can find like a matchbox or a ladle. Ladle's good.
But I'm glad you bought this.
Ooh, marbles. Yeah. More ammo for slingshot.
Share this experience today.
Cool. Hey, 69 damage. Nice. Spare change. Let's go do an event here. Neutral item. I'll just take the gold. Kind of need it. Another pig.
Boring.
Okay. Oh god. I'm pretty sure I'm dead. Well, Once these two go off, I'm fucked. Yeah. Yeah. That's how it goes. Was that obsidian? Obsidian brass knuckles. Nice. Damn. Get wrecked. Fuck. Okay. Well, something has to give soon, I hope.
With no weapons? Leave with big bargains.
Nope.
You're not ready to accept.
Nothing I really need there. Let's see. Do that, and we'll do that. Seems good. Bronze loot. I'm just gonna go for the econ. Or the income. Silver. What can I get that's silver? Could get cold room.
Delightful to see you, darling.
Potentially. No. Nah.
Nothing today. Well, somehow I'll survive.
Alright, well, Scout Trooper, Street Gamer, Alright, we'll try Scout Trooper. I don't know if we make it. To be honest, probably not, but I don't know if we're really gonna go all in on the slingshot. Maybe we should look into
Hey, just let me go, yeah?
Pig's Gym, maybe? Maybe we can look into getting like an early gym or something like that. Weapons. Oh, which pickle we got? Item to the left. I can put that in there once the chocolate explodes. Yeah, too bad it starts at silver.
You say old. I say thoroughly tested.
Moving up in the world.
Alright, upgrade pickles is decent. Actually here, let's boost some damage. Get more burn. Yeah, I think we definitely, if we're gonna stick with the slingshot, I think we should go for we should definitely go for Pig's Gym. So I guess we'll start looking for that. Which means we'll also need to start looking for Ledger. We'll need to look for the VIP card, and we already have I don't think we have the membership card, but we have the other one. The rewards card. We have the rewards card already. So. Alright. Item to the left. We'll just put you in because. Okay. Upgrade bronze. I think here we upgrade the rewards card. Save us a little bit of money. Generate a whole lot more. Alright. There you go. Chocolate, shields, weapons.
My battle days are
Sure.
over, but my weapons.
Use an adjacent item. That's just not boosting it enough. Wow. Early double whammy.
All my weapons have been tested in battle.
Not right now.
You?
Small items. maybe we can still find a... Oh, that's nice. That's good too. Already have a gold rewards card. That's kind of amazing. Business card. We are short one. Okay. Then we'll just start building you. Let's get the business card as well. And I think we will go after the raider. Because we could get more ammo with the stash, which should be nice. Hell, even if we get the crow's nest, that would be good. Or even the powder flask is good. So, yeah. We just need to get this to be faster. So maybe we can do, if we find a cloak, maybe, I don't know. Weapons gain 2 for the fight. Sure, why not? What? Oh, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Health shields. Sure.
The craftsman. Me? Try my best.
Still no
Oh,
cold
come
room.
back in one piece.
I'm not sure when he can get the gym. Does gym start at silver? Let's see. It does start at silver. Okay, so we should be able to actually start able. We should be able to start seeing it soon. In the meantime, let's see if we can track down a ledger. We still cannot, unfortunately.
I should warn you.
I think VIP card also starts at silver. There's a lot of stuff that starts at silver, so we should be able to start locating it like soon. Uh-oh. 79% chance crit. That's a yikes. Oh, and he has a cheat death. Yeah, I lose. Yeah, there's no way. Nope.
No ball.
Nope. They've got their build set pretty much. They'll probably just replace that eventually with like a sextant or a cloak.
I can already see treasures out.
Alright, most crit. First time you use a large fight, adjacent items get 15%. I mean that's Well, I guess we'll do that, and then we'll just move you all the way to the other side. Okay. Let's get a small weapon. Wow, okay. Hatchet. That's kind of cool. Okay. Curio or skill. We're gonna go Curio because we might get a salamander pup.
I see buried treasure.
Should be nice.
That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
We did not. We do have a cloak though, which is nice. Okay. Yeah, even though that could end up working out badly for us. Actually, more damage.
That's a bargain.
Okay, we'll just do that. Adjacent items. Oops. Oh, well, no. do that, I guess. Cool down by 1. Alright, fine.
Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home.
Mod squad. Ah. Go the Sabertooth. I don't think we can beat Mod Squad. I think we can do enough damage, but I don't think we can survive. I think our health is too low. Damn. I was hoping for the skill. It's fine. Okay, I really need other things. That's not bad. Actually, I'll move you over there. Move you there. I mean, probably not a good idea, given that I'm probably going to end up being that guy most of the time. Non-weapons, sure.
That's quality.
Oh, it must have been the card that just upgraded. Yeah, business card. Okay, no. Wow. Okay, we are in business. So we need 16, which means if I just sell you, it'll be fine. VIP card. Big Jim. All right, we are online. Let's go. Okay, we'll do that. We'll do this. Okay, so when we buy a weapon. So yeah, we really need to sort of get on the ball with that. Adjacent item. Guess we'll do that. Keep you just in case. Okay. All right. Well, that was cool. We just need ledger now.
You do see these tunnels.
Just need ledger.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Need to start making this thing a monster. Ooh, yeah. Gonna lose this one. It's got too much ramp. Alright. Well, it is what it is, I suppose. Silver tier item, loot. Go for an item, maybe? Ooh, that's a weapon. Let's actually do this now. Which is nice. It does count as a buy. So that is good.
I would spar with you.
Weapons. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay.
I fight alongside you.
Oof. Bronze at 6. That's actually kind of a surprise. Alright. Small items.
You can't afford it.
Need weapons, please. You did none of that. Wow. Thank you. Appreciate it. Let's just go with the mosquito. We can get a proboscis, or even start lowering the cooldown on the gym. Actually, we really need to lower the cooldown on the slingshot.
It's all about
Still too slow.
motivation. You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Non-weapons. In this case, we will up the damage. Okay. We'll just go here even though we can't afford anything.
Don't touch it.
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
sworn.
All right, so what we definitely want to get on the gym is deadly.
I should warn you. I'm not like other Jabarians. Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
What the hell is this? This is crazy. It's already got Ice Club. Wow.
Oh, don't let this get you down.
Yeah.
Huh?
What the hell? Ice Club at 6. That's actually insane. Yeah, let's upgrade the gym.
Moving up in the world.
Okay, 2 value when you buy weapons. Yep. Let's go to small. Great.
Little sentient slow shops. So I opened one. Whatever that
Could
is
get
for,
weapons here.
Hope it pleases you.
Silencer. Interesting. Adjacent items gain 10% crit for the fight. I'll consider keeping that. 4 crit. Cooldown is actually more important. So, okay. All right. Chili Charles. That's a tough call. I think we're gonna go after Sergeant Suds.
And the enemy is dead.
A Rivet Gun could be good. If we got Rivet Gun, we might be able to do something with that eventually.
Dial.
All right.
Koroks. I'll see you.
It's getting better, getting better. Might not be good enough, though. Hogwash is nice. Okay.
Now that's quality.
Must have been the card again. Yep. It's at 23 now, which is good.
Use it well.
Okay.
Make me proud.
Oh. Wish we were building for you, buddy, but we're not.
Enjoy the thrill of battle. Well, you can.
Okay. Yeah, we'll go ahead and sell you now. It's fine.
Go make some more stories. Then come back and tell me.
Whew. It's a crazy hatchet.
Come on.
Might be more weapons here. Another card. Okay.
That's how it's done.
Oh, great. Upgrade. It's nice. More ammo.
Help you. And that's how a master merchant makes us.
All right. Really would be nice if we had that ledger, but I guess this is gonna have to do. Hopefully it's... Oof, okay. I was gonna say, hopefully it's enough, but I don't know. It's a dinosaur too. Oh. Wow. Okay. That is quite an interesting setup. Square dually, huh? I mean, it almost worked, so can't really knock it, right? Weapon skills, gold. Let's go with weapon, I guess.
Not everyone can be a worm cat, but you will try.
I mean, we don't really have enough for each weapon you have. Oh, your enemy's frozen? Yeah, but we're not really doing anything with that. That's the thing. I guess we'll go with that.
Become slightly less weak. Ryokon is proud.
Okay.
Warriors live to retire. By my weapons, Nufo teaches stillness. I prefer action.
Just keep offering us Ice Club. There might be some cheap weapons here.
Relax. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
It's not a weapon, but it's good. That is a weapon. Alright, fine.
Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
Oh, wow. There's just a lot there. Really don't want to get rid of the card, but...
That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
Okay, we're just going all in on this.
Now that's a bargain.
$2.8. Alright. Should be alright against this guy. Hopefully we get all weapon. Nice.
Sensor malfunction.
Okay. We do not want the skill. Weapon, please. Thank you. Items, sure.
Sometimes I sell stuff.
Unfortunately, we do not have the card anymore, so big sad there.
So, how about this weather?
You're leaving. In this case, we're not really using these anymore, so... Oof. Oh, that was actually a mistake. Well, whatever.
If that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Tools? God.
The Bazaar
Okay.
is a tawdry place, but the lack of regulation is liberating.
Weapon properties. Tool. Vehicle. Oh, that's a toy. It's expensive, though.
I'm amazed.
Sure, on short notice. Why not? Okay. Let's do one of those. Briefcase. Okay. All right.
Unlike other Jabarians.
Oh. Ran out of ammo. Obsidian Cove. That is crazy.
This.
Oof.
Follow it to your future.
No, we want,
Greetings, old friend. I'm pleased to finally meet you.
actually, well, maybe it wasn't so bad to put obsidian on the gumball machine. Oh, well, Jim. Is that? Wow.
Hard to stay positive.
Golden? Okay. Actually, that's really not bad, to be honest. That really isn't that bad. Okay. Succulent, don't care. Nice. Cool.
Moving up in the
That
world.
was business card. Okay.
Do you have to leave already?
No weapons. Sad. Ugh. That's expensive.
I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
Alright. Well. We could get the skill
I
here.
don't boast.
It also has a ton of weapons, so hopefully we get that. Three.
You should teach at the academy.
Okay. I was gonna say I had like 2 left. Since there's that visual bug and your ammo actually doesn't visually deplete. We got that though. But then we lose the cloak. I don't know. I guess we can try it.
You're not getting hurt on purpose just to come see me, are you?
Fort. Well, if I adjacent values. Well, damn. What would I don't even have a whole lot there. I'd have to get rid of this. Then I would lose ammo. So I can't. Ah, man.
No rent on this shop. Sheesh.
Okay. Fine. Okay, in this case, let me, before I... Because they offered obsidian again. Okay. Yeah, we are... We are doing this with the assumption that... we are going to attempt to make it to the next round. Yeah. Yep. Well, we just kind of have to hope.
My dreams are too
Just have to
big
hope.
for you to steal.
Oh God, what is this? Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. It actually makes me a bit afraid. Hopefully we can, that was a nice crit. Okay. Awesome. So... Okay. Great. Yeah, we just need to up our income somehow.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying. Fine,
Oh,
here's some
whoops.
gold.
I didn't mean to do that. Shit.
Midsworth says I'm bad at this, but I just want the huge things.
Wow. That's actually amazing. Ooh, that counts as a toy as well. Let me do this. Okay. Just go here. We can get the juggler skill, that would be crazy. Alright.
Believe you'll win, and you'll win. But not against me.
Okay. You continue to up the damage there. Yeah. Ooh, ladle. Okay. Nice. Unique to pig? Sure. Maybe we can get one of those,
I know I have.
what's it's called? Damage equal to their value. Well,
You'll learn more from
it's extra
one day in the
damage.
Bazaar
Why
than a
not?
decade in academia.
Okay, before we go there. Ooh, this isn't going to be very helpful against the district. Well, probably going to lose this one. had survived that one more hit, we probably would have beat him.
Motivated me to get stronger.
Just not enough. Just not enough. Alright, well, I still get the cooldown, right? No, I just get the damage. Okay, in that case, I should remove... I should do something like that so I can add more, what's it's called? Alright.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
Nice
You
name,
should
by the
know,
way. Love
I'm
it.
a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Heavy weather glass. Oh boy. Alright, well, he should die. He's got cheat death, but
Bring her about!
yeah.
I've got another salvo with me.
Yeah. Looks like I have enough to survive there, which is good. All right. Well. Wow, that's actually pretty awesome. Okay. Oh, okay. That should be all right.
To test your theories.
Oh. Well, I'll just do it anyway.
If I mix the sulfur with the copper resin,
It's kind of funny how that works. Nice. Okay. We are making the best of our situation here. Please, juggler. Please, juggler. I will also accept the junkyard lance, but the juggler would be amazing, so really appreciate that.
You seem like a nice
Hey, nice.
person. Maybe too nice.
Let's actually go with an item. Hey, that's a good one. Alright. Things coming up Millhouse here. Okay.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you? I used to
Okay.
have a ride home, but people thought it was weird.
Hmm. Not cheap.
I would spar with you, but this leg. And when you carry my weapon, I fight alongside you.
Okay.
Enjoy the thrill of battle. Well, you can.
We're boosting our HP whenever we buy a weapon, which is good. It's too bad this isn't diamond. We'd be getting 100 with each. Alright.
You do see tusks.
Flamethrower. Oof. This is gonna be a rough one, I think. stuff. Good stuff.
Size dilutes the brain.
Oh, that should have been the
Mind
business
is
card.
highly concentrated.
Yep.
You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice. Tell
Sure,
everyone
why
you
not?
got it here.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Read large items, small items, grotesque.
It's real expensive. Don't like that, but okay. Hey, fixer-upper. Okay. I think the Void Colossus kicks our ass. But I'm gonna go for it. Hopefully we get somewhat lucky. Okay. Void Rage? Void Rage?
I've come too
Oh.
far to let you stop me.
Alright, well. I mean, that's okay, I guess. Let's upgrade the gym. So now we can really start stacking HP. View over here. Sadly.
People first.
Okay, weapons, please. Of course, when I start looking for it, that's when you don't give me stuff. Alright, great.
I did not seek this power for my own gain, you know.
Leftmost burn items 12. Large items have 50% crit chance. That thing can't crit. I don't know. Fine, whatever.
All I can.
More burn.
Until tomorrow, that is.
Okay. Alright.
My people believe this. Boring!
My fight isn't with you.
Ooh, ballista. Yikes. Alright, well, let's... I should be dead.
Like my crew says at the bar. Another round.
Wow. 1,000 damage. That is crazy. Crazy. Okay. I'm going to put you up there. More damage.
The grand
Weapons,
supply
please.
department.
Relatively cheap.
I've got
I'll take that,
more
actually.
to
That's
provide
not bad.
Profit
Hey, there's a weapon.
according to the GSM manual.
Non-weapon items. Probably can't afford skills, so I'll just go with shield. Okay, so we're going after the property baron because we want the salesman skill, which would double this item's value, which would make this insane. Okay, please, Master Salesman. Please, game. Please. Ah. Come on. Why you gotta do me like that? Alright, fine.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Those aren't weapons. We'll continue to hold on
You have
that.
to leave already?
Oh, actually, we can
That
afford
doesn't
you.
work out for you.
Oh, wow.
Back for a refund.
That's actually pretty decent damage. Okay. Ooh, more value. Oh.
How do you hugelings use these things?
Wow.
Not very big though, is it? There's fun
Okay.
size, and then there's boring size. Okay, now sell me something. Something huge. I guess I made a sale.
Alright, fine. We'll get you because when you produce when the thing produces gumballs, it will give it one value. So I'll get some free money out of it. Assuming we keep surviving, of course.
My dreams are
Okay.
with Steve.
I may be young for a captain, but I've
Let's
seen my
see.
share of stories.
Toxic iceberg. Oh, God. Okay. Alright, well, we need to get this online, like, immediately. And
Next
you're
time,
dead.
boys, less blunder, more plunder.
Okay. Well, there you go. There you go. Oh, hey, there were 3. Nice. Getting more value out of that than I thought. Non-weapons.
Who I am
Alright.
does not matter. Only what I offer. The
Sure.
Bazaar is more than a city.
Okay.
It is
Hopefully we get more chances to face the property baron. That would be really
Bazaar's a
cool.
crazy place, right? Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye.
Damn. Alright. Hey, there we go. Alright. Second chance, master salesman. Let's go. Master salesman, please, 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 please. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it all to hell. Upgrade item. Gold skills. Let's get some skills.
I am just a man who
Use a property, haste items adjacent to it for 1 second. Use leftmost item burn. Yeah, tall buildings sounds good.
be ready for a dearest training.
Small items. Bazaar. Should be able to get some XP here. Let's do that first. Okay. Ooh. Tempting, but I'm gonna go Curio.
Eyes and grab something.
Nice.
That's been sitting there 20
Very
years,
cool.
waiting for you.
Also cool.
Warms my rusty circuits to see that fine home. While you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar. Trash is tragic.
Alright.
Cleans everything.
Is there anything? Oh, that does haste.
Now that's
Okay.
a bargain. While you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
Okay.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabogians.
We're out to dethrone the king, not to squabble with nobody.
Obsidian Port. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, we need to get this online immediately. It is currently frozen.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
Damn. Because he froze the gym. Froze and slowed. If the gym wasn't frozen and slowed, we probably could have squeaked out a victory there. Damn. Alright, you know what? All things considering, we wanted to make Fiery Slingshot work, and we did. It's just that once you get past day 10, you just fight absolute monsters. The fact that we even got to day 7 was crazy. We just needed more. We needed like start a combat haste on the gym. I'm not really sure if they have that for properties, but all things considering, not bad. We actually turned that into 7 wins, so that's really nice. It's really nice. Somehow we turned the franchise around. Alright. That should have netted us another chest, I think. Let me just check. Yep. Alright. So you know what? That was pretty great. Let's gamble. Oh, slot machines, how I do love you. Damn. Still no legendary skin. Well, I mean, we got that one, but I'm pretty sure that's like a gold skin. Oops. Well, I didn't mean to do that, but shit. Whatever. Pretty sure I had that one before. Didn't I? Yeah. Do I only have one? Oh, it is a gold one. Do I have another copy of that, or is that the first time I got that one? Looks like it's the first copy. Oh. I didn't even know I was missing a Vanessa skin. Well, besides the Cyberpunk one that I want. Which is legendary.
Bright and brimming with gold.
Oh, that's really cool. We're going to use that one for a while. Didn't realize I was out of Vanessa. I didn't have that one. I can't speak. Okay. Not a bad pig run. Could have been better. Not bad. What is this? Deadly Pet Rock Turbo Coral. Why did I say Kuro? Coral. Restorative Pop Snappers. Sure. Maybe we can get some kind of a some kind of ammo build online or something like that. Small burn item. Okay. Lighter. That's that's like good and not good at the same time. Sure. Oh god, here we go. Wow, look at all that damage I did. Just get erased. Alright, well, at least we went fatigue. Duct tape, please.
Waste of gun.
Damn. Get fucked. Alright, well, you know.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bucks. I can feel our
Sure.
energies resonating.
Wow.
Use that for the good of all.
Okay.
Your
We'll get you
aura
too.
guided me to what you needed.
Alright, well, I mean...
Go ahead. Underestimate.
It's big.
It makes this more fun.
I'm just gonna assume I've lost this one. Alright. Let's just go with that. Yeah. Yeah, he's got scaling health, he's got regen, turbo jewelry. Yeah, this... I lost. I lost. Can't do anything about that. Regen is so powerful at the start. Scale healing and turbo jewelry. This is like the nuts draw. Absolutely insane. 18 regen on day one. That's like impossible to beat, pretty much. Wow. Wow. Okay. Well,
How do you
now that we got that out of the
use
way.
these things? Okay, now tell me something. Something huge.
Another empty chest.
Okay,
Waiting
burn
to be
skill.
filled. You picked that up quickly.
That works.
Maybe I'm getting better at this.
Bronze item. Sure.
What shoppers buy vintage? New is
Or damage.
Now this will inspire the crew.
Can we beat the Rogue Scrapper? I do not know, to be honest. We're gonna try, though. If we can stack enough burn, even if he heals, we should still be okay once we run out of ammo. It's kind of good that we got that skill, because the lighter is actually pretty fast, so, yeah, we'll be fine. We're fine. We're good. Burn in hell, you piece of shit. Alright.
It's over already. We barely got off live.
Gear Nola.
Just taking a step toward
Well,
good
you know
things.
what? It could be, well, no. Whatever.
Who said money can't buy class had
Seaweed? I mean, we're not really going for seaweed build at this point. Yeah. I guess we'll go for skill. That works. Crit is good.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
What are you? I see a lot of healing. Gross. Okay. Probably not. Let's see. Stack up burn. Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. It looks like it might be winnable. Maybe. Damn. Guess not. Just too much offset. Oh, that's disappointing.
For the rest of the tyrant's gold.
Oh. Okay. Not really the ammo item I was looking for, but fine.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
Okay.
Cut out for business.
The smaller the portions, the finer the.
Oh, right. Wow.
If you want cheap
Weapons,
junk,
but not
go
ammo.
see Keanu.
Crazy. Oh. Scout Trooper? What does the Scout Trooper have? How many small items does it have? Let me check. We're done day 3. Trooper. Oh wow, you have a lot of small items. Is it worth moving the cannonball though? I don't think so. We'll just go for you anyway. Hello. There we go.
Gonna need a morphia.
That would be nice. That would be fine. Wish you could have blown up something useful, but okay. Whatever.
Hey, just let me go, yeah?
Wow. We got exactly what we didn't want. That's cool. We'll get the EXP.
Empty chest, waiting to be filled.
Upgrade a bronze item. Yeah.
Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
Nice. Get a burn item. Sure, why not? Wow. Okay. Well, I can't really use that, but that's cool. I'm gonna put that in and hope that it blows up something useful.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Please do that. Please do that. Oh boy. I guess the switchblade. So we can stop the. Damn. All right. Well, we won. So that's cool.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
No, and maybe.
Should I gift wrap it for you?
We basically want to survive
Few
until we
warriors
can
live to retire.
get a
And you might.
like a ballista build going or something like that.
No
That's not bad.
Stillness. I prefer action.
Okay. I actually don't think we can beat the prince, so it's between these two. I guess we'll go with the retiree. Kind of hope for the best. Should be okay. Hopefully we can take him down before his scaling gets too out of control. Hopefully we can just blow something up. That's actually useful. Okay, succulents. Sure, that's good.
But I ate a few too many booze.
Great. Coin here. Well, I was gonna say the coin would be nice. Get a little gold injection going there, but okay. Medium.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Cooldown goes down by a
If
second.
it's not right for you,
Fine.
bring it back. I want you to be happy. Ah, place to store the rest of the tyrant's
Skills. Yeah.
gold. Ready? I'll send you to Orland, but I'll keep you as long as I can.
Maybe.
Sell things so I can buy things. Huge things.
I believe ballista starts at gold. It does start at gold. Okay. So we won't see it for a while.
You should know, I'm a legend on Pelago.
We will prepare though. We also want to start looking for a doll. The doll with the ammo. Should be like a shielding item. Nesting doll, that's what it is. Yeah, we want to start doing that. Blew up a rewards card. Not useful at all. But whatever.
I could see your
We won.
places, but I'll be chasing
Good enough. Good enough, good enough. Non-weapons does not work for me, so let's do that. Oh, monster skills. When you burn, your weapons gain 4 damage for the fight. That is actually great. Probably not going to use you. So that is fine.
There's a nice one.
We want to go for the rocket trooper because I believe it does. Ooh, yes. Flashy reload would be good. Gunpowder's also good. Any of these skills are good. Flashy reload would be awesome though. God, you just suck, Harpoon. So far you've killed basically every useless item.
Aren't good transportation.
Never one that's being used. Crazy. Alright. Fair enough, I guess.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh. Remember,
Okay.
diamonds come in
Maybe.
small boxes.
5 seconds. It could be good for ballista, to be honest.
You're a smart one. For your
Okay.
size.
Ammo? Truffles. Disappointing. What does leveling the gear Nola do? Up shield does not up the amount of ammo used. Does it say that for the slingshot too? Yeah, it does. Slingshot's very specific. Okay, so there's no point in upping that, so we'll just get a skill. Kind of whiffed on the skill there.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share
Alright,
of
fine.
storms.
Silencer. Okay. Well, that's a good one to blow up. Please do that. Thank you. That's a really interesting build for day 5. I wonder if they're like pivoting at that juncture. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. Yeah, another burn item, why not? Other glass. Pretty solid burn item there. Weapon. Ooh, Uzi's a good one. I'm happy with that. Let's go for the skill on Dire. Oh, actually, no. We should have gone for the other one. That was actually kind of a misplay. Oh well, whatever. It's fine. Oh, nice. Good blow up there. You didn't even get the skill. That is sad. Okay,
The Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
Wow. Wow. Okay, 24. So we sell, well, we don't need that. Okay, we got this.
I get it. You're busy.
Nice.
Enjoy your breaks.
Okay, so all right. Okay. Silver or lower. What happens if we upgrade the Uzi? Just ups the damage. Doesn't really do anything significant. Silver or lower item. Okay, in that case, let's just get a skill.
If it's about the gold, Pip is affordable. Cute kid too.
Burn +2, poison 2. You have a vehicle? We do not. Something better. Wow. Let's get that in the hopes that maybe we'll get a poison enchant. Yeah, we'll cope. We'll cope a bit. We'll cope a little bit. Vanessa.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Ooh, yikes. Okay. Well, we gotta get this online before we die. Yeah, okay. Alright. We need to get some kind of crit. The crit ammo skill would be crazy. Along with the juggler. Juggler would be good. Okay, we can get some CDR here.
Relax.
No. Damn, no CDR whatsoever. That's disappointing.
Trash
All right.
tragedy. Reuse everything. Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
Temp boost. Yeah. Since we have no money. Chili Charles, Sergeant Suds. Suds has the rivet gun, which actually could be good, because then I could put my Uzi next to this, and then that would charge that. So, okay, yeah, let's try and see if we can get it. Goodbye.
Dial. Koroks. I'll see you soon.
Hogwash. Nice, but not what we're looking for. Hey, ammo skills.
Expertise is my primary function. It is also my favorite thing.
Use an ammo slow. Use an ammo burn. Use an item with ammo. It gains 5 crit for the fight. Yeah.
Students have not returned. I worry my
Yeah,
training is
absolutely.
inadequate.
Absolutely. Okay. Fight. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ooh. Probably not making it out of this one. We gon' try, though. We gon' try. Oh, come on. Are you serious? We were like 1 hit away.
It's just one battle. Plenty more coming.
Wow. 1 hit. Such utter bullshit. Damn, that is crazy. 1 hit. Literally 1 hit. Alright, come on, come on, come on, come on. I had like rising crit too.
See that flank? Walk it.
Okay. More crit. Crit's good.
We're out to dethrone a king.
Damn,
not to
we really got
squander
robbed on that
no
dragon
one.
fight. Seriously. barely. Just barely. Very nice, though. We lost the PvE fight, but we made it where it counts.
Size dilutes the brain. Mine
That's
is
good.
highly
That's good.
concentrated.
I mean that already reloads too. Does getting the upgrade lower the cooldown? No, it does not. All right, so yeah, we don't need to waste money on an upgrade. Weapons.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof.
Obsidian grenade. Would be pretty cool if it wasn't for the you know, just the whole like one thing there. I want to get you though. Javelin. Oh, we can't haste anything. Sorry, Primordial. Not today. Aquatic, loot. Maybe we can get... I mean, water wheel's nice, but it's unfortunately too bulky for us right now. Guardian isn't the one. Joyful Jack, Dragon. And we almost beat Dragon last time, but I think we're weaker now because we had the buff. So yeah, as much as I want to, we'll just go after the Guardian. Okay. Nice.
Not even a battle? Maybe a skirmish.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrible.
Oh, hey, nesting doll. There we go.
He actually cares about this.
That's nice. Okay.
I got everything.
Guess damage.
Just a matter of
That's good. It's good too. Do I do that? Let's give it a try.
Waiting for you.
Oh, I can't afford that, really? Can now.
Now that's a bargain.
Okay. Let's see how this trash fire is going to work.
My fight isn't with you.
Basically, we can survive getting to one activation. Oh god. Okay, we might need it on this guy. Okay, come on. Come on! Ah, you piece of shit. Come on. What the fuck? What was that? God damn it. Well, you kind of saw what I was going for, so just kind of a shame. Alright, well, we need more survivability, so start doing that. Hopefully we can get some kind of good enchant on the ballista. That would be nice. Wow. Golden eels. Okay, that is actually what I'm looking for. That's actually perfect. I think I don't know. Yeah, that's good. Okay, well, that is working out quite well.
Little sentience love shops. So
Okay. No upgrade for the ballista. Kind of unfortunate. Ooh, maybe we can get a rivet gun here. Rivet, dang. She would have been the one for it too. That is sad. Okay, alright. Alright.
You should know.
Pretty unfortunate, but fine. Obsidian Brick Buddy Turbo Bulldozer. Don't like that. Not at all. Alright, come on. Come on. Nice. Alright. Did exactly what I wanted it to do. Whew. What a gauntlet. Wow. Haste charge, yeah.
I train your perception of reality.
Well, we're not freezing anything right now. Slow, we're not slowing. Haste 2 items. Let's do that, I guess.
And we can ignore them.
It's pretty okay.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it.
Obsidian Zorcrid. Or Zorcid, whatever. Wow.
The bazaar is not
That's a pretty
kind
cool
to
graphic. I like that. Crit. I put it on the cloak. Oh, I can't put it on the cloak. Really? Can't make it a deadly cloak? That's so weird. Alright. Still gonna... Yeah, let's see. No, you can't. Well... Throwing knives it is, because you get activated by crit anyway, so maybe you'll activate yourself. Okay, yeah. Here's our first chance at the juggler skill. We could get the juggler skill, that would be amazing. So please.
Waste of gun.
Damn. Big sad. Let's get more health. We need it. Even if it's only just 50 at a time. Skill upgrade. Con flag. Kind of don't like either of these, to be honest. Skipping.
I may be young for a
Save some
captain,
money.
but I've seen my share.
Could probably use it next round. Ooh, this might be death. Probably won't even get to do anything. Nah. Well, that's what I expect. Build's a little too slow for DJ.
I have seen what you become. Feel this now.
Enchant.
Follow into your future.
I mean, I want to put fire on this, but I think we need to stick with the heal, so I think we're going to try and enchant the cloak.
Let me brighten them.
Hopefully we can get something good on there that's not like radiant or some shit. Oh, poison. Okay. This only apply to weapons, though? The poison items you have... Oh, it's 2 poison for each weapon. I think this poison starts at 2. 1, 2, 3, 4 times 8. And it starts at 4. Interesting. Gunpowder. Hell
Ships
yeah.
may sink, but I'm a good swimmer.
Well, it's going on that because, duh. Yeah. Let's go silver chocolate this time. Monster. Ah, not really the one that we wanted, but fine. More EXP, always good.
I should have used powder of Algaroth.
Cool. Hey, there we go. Again. 1 juggler skill, please.
It's over already.
Ah,
We barely got our
of
plans
course.
This world is full of noise. You must find the quiet within.
Sure. More damage is always good. How much damage do we get for upgrading? $50. That's a lot, actually.
inspire the crew.
I think we go for gumballs, actually. Vanessa, you say? Okay. Hopefully it's one of the slower ones, but
It makes this
probably not. What a name. Icy Crow's Nest. No, I'm dead. That is insane. Toxic Fang, 332% crit. Icicle, Sexton, Deadly Swashbuckle. Jesus. Damn.
We could use you in the fight on Pelago.
Well, that's kind of sad. Shit. Not bad, though. Kind of sucks that we didn't get to 7 wins. Missed out on 2 chests there, but it is what it is. Got our dailies done. Nice. Duly it is. Now, I don't know what we're going to get on Duly, but it's more than likely going to end up being a drill build, so take with that what you will. Okay. Radiant Plasma Grenade. Toxic Thrusters. Yep. Yep. Drill?
But I can help you finish.
Drill.
Use it well.
It's good enough. We might be able to get the skill here, so Kyber Drone it is. So riveting. Woo! Oh boy. All right. Damn, Long John. Well, we tried. Items. Last doors. Interesting. Small friend. Not really the friend that we wanted. Really the friend that we wanted. Well, alright. I don't imagine this panning out all that well, but... Wow. Shielded Coral. Oh boy. Yeah, they've got poison on me. They've got seaweed. I lost. There's just no way. And because he's got 2 sources of healing, he knocks out my poison. So. Man. 50% chance to crit because of Chum. Alright. Meanwhile, if I had 20% chance to crit, I would miss like 8 times in a row. That's what I'm used to. Shielded items. Get a weapon. Not the best, not the worst. We're gonna go leftmost weapon.
Maybe I'm getting better at this.
Do that. And let's do something like that. Small and large. Okay.
I pay well for mid-sized things.
It's not a bad one.
And that's how a master
Still haven't found a drill, which is concerning. I think we will go after the coconut crab and hope that he doesn't kick our ass. Crab down. Let's go. Nice. Got the skill too. That's real good. Real good. We haven't gotten a hammer event either. That is not good. Okay. We have successfully hammered. We just need a drill. And some other items. Gold skill. 40 damage. Jesus Christ. I think I'm gonna lose just off of that. Yeah. Especially with the honing steel. That is ridiculous. Wow. Gold skill needs to be nerfed into the floor. It's too powerful. Excuse me. I don't necessarily mind losing to that one, but it does not feel great most of the time. Chem snail. That's possible. Let's get some gold. Yeah, I'll upgrade an item, why not? Put you in, and... Alright. I think we can beat the frost guy. Okay. Great. Great, great, great. Okay, so we need a drill. It's not bad. Okay, can we get something? This is not starting out that great. We really need a drill. Oh my god. 32 matchbox. Nah, this is over. It was a fiery matchbox, so it was enchanted. And he got 3 fire skills. What the fuck, man? What the hell? Okay, that's just not an item I need, but thanks. Yeah, we just haven't found a drill.
I'll keep honing my skills. Next time, I might surprise you. It takes real confidence to let a kid train you. I'm impressed.
Small, medium.
Hi,
Okay.
I'm Quixel, Master
Do you have a
Merchant.
chance here?
Buy from Barcoon instead. He actually cares about this.
Wow. Seriously. That is insane. All right. Fuck, I don't know. How did that happen? What the hell? Yeah, I don't fucking know. I'm actually really surprised I haven't found a drill yet. It's one of the most common items.
Perhaps we struck the wrong caravan.
This game is such a fucking troll sometimes. I think the big problem with Dooley too is that Dooley has too many items. Like literally.
Buy my weapons,
Drill?
and you might.
No. Look! Look, look! Look! Look at that!
All my weapons have been
No
tested in
drill.
battle. Have you?
Alright, maybe in tools? Oh, look, thank God. Wow.
Curio's junkyard, cleaned up.
Crazy, crazy. Yeah, we don't even need the core at that point. Let's do this and that. Alright. Let's start drilling.
Throne a king, not to squabble with nobody. Defeat does not defeat me.
Okay, wasn't exactly clean, but that works-ish. Friend items, small friend. Sure.
You free me. I will free others.
Nah.
I'm so glad to see you again, sir.
Hey, if it's about the gold, Pip is affordable. Cute kid too.
We do not have a vehicle. All of these kinda suck.
When you're ready, I'll send you.
Guess we'll go with that.
But I'll keep you as long as I can.
Slow item, small, medium. We need to catch up on EXP, so let's just do that. We're not finding a second drill. Alright, fight. Okay, that's good. Aggressive skill, please. The drill, that would be insane. Once we could get it fully online. Hey, we got it. Nice. I don't know, that's pretty rough. We're gonna try for the noble. We need to get some kind of activator on the drill or something that can haste.
I could use a strong arm like yours.
We probably want a solar farm or a pylon. Let's find a monster. Okay.
You didn't go to academy?
Actually, all talk isn't a bad skill to have. It's extra damage, as long as we can tread water above 50%. Alright. Friends, loot, item. Let's go with item, actually. Ooh. Okay. Non-weapons.
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful.
No large. Do get first aid in, though.
But I'm glad you bought this.
I think I want him in there more than the nitro.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of
I'm
stories.
just worried about self-burn because we don't have any shield. Well, that's not true. We'll get shield from hard shell, but still, it does not feel good. Oh god. Okay. Well, we cannot survive a crit from that. Okay, well.
You move in straight lines.
I was gonna say, man, it would be nice if it doesn't crit, but 59% chance to crit, and it's me, which means I get crit 100% of the time because the game fucking hates me. Always. It always happens. It never fails to not happen. It's actually insane. Actually insane. All right. 4.6. I think I actually want to do that. Need some better slows.
What can I get you? Hey, that's okay. It's been nice talking to you.
Sure. Mosquito should be beatable. Paralyzing Rush would be incredible here. It's just kind of not enough. Okay, what happens if we upgrade the pylon? Does the slow or the haste go up? does. Okay, that might make it more viable then. You need to get an enchant on the drill ASAP. Basically, sitting duck. Chocolate. Yeah, let's go with that. In fact, let's get a big boost. Okay.
Hello, little sentient.
I'd kind of be doing the same thing though, right? I'm curious. Okay, let's do this. This. And let's double burn. Well, that's double burn too. Plus charge. Okay. Yeah, let's give that a try. Let's give that a try.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
Oh god. Okay, well, probably not. Wow, I'm actually surprised we won. Alright. Okay. Alright. Fair enough.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I say, do you have to leave already? So,
okay, fine.
Oh, you're leaving.
3-second charge is actually pretty good.
You see landfill, I see buried treasure. Trash is
Damage.
reuse everything.
Cooldown's fine. Good enough.
Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
All right. Chili Charles. I don't know. I think we try anyway. We can get a burn onto him, then we should be fine eventually. Nice. Ice cream truck. That's always fun. Okay. Crit, poison. Let's see what we can get for crit. Large item 15. Large items of 25. When you haste. let's fight something.
For the Bazarian Defense Corps!
Oh, rivet gun might be okay. Well, eh.
I spent a year in a Yetarian prison.
Oh, nice. It's a pretty good crit. If this was up by 1 rank, we would have had 100% crit at the end of that. All right.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
We need to get enchant on drill, and then we need to get a bunch of elemental skills or skills that are like, when you do this, this thing gets charged like a second or something like that.
Bring her about! I've
Cool.
got another salvo with me.
Let's see if we can find like an upgrade or something.
I love them all.
Specifically for the solar farm.
Maybe next time?
Silver loot. Maybe some CDR. Truffles. Damn, what a waste. Small, large, or dig for an item. Let's dig, I guess.
The dunes? Where shall we start?
Cryo sleeve, that's fun. One day we will make a build out of that. Turbo barbed wire. No. No. Colossal popsicle. Ooh, that's good.
You're a natural at this.
More haste to the farm. Eh. Wandering Shoal. Is the Shoal the one with the slow skill? We're day 8 Shoal. When you slow, we have no slow right now, so that's not helpful. It's good for EXP. Frigate. It's got the fire starter skill. It's also got improved toxins. That's not bad. Alright, yeah, let's go after the shoal. Maybe we can get the toxin skill. Or something to sell. Whatever. Okay. Jellyfish. Hero Merchant, sure. Mac, Vanessa, or Jules? Icy Venom. Earrings. When you haste or slow, charge this 1 second. 20 max health for the fight. Damn. Alright, well, I mean, it is what it is. I XP so we can get that enchant. Turbo. I mean, turbo does help us with static acceleration. What are we looking at if we put that on the drill? Is this 1 for 1? 1 for 2. I think we want something like fire or poison or something like that. We still don't really have scaling for this, which is kind of a bummer. Do we take a chance or do we just turbo? I mean, if we get fire, it could be good. Let's random. Let's random.
And time is my pain.
Is that shiny? Oh, okay, that works too. Alright, well, there's sort of our damage scaling. Kind of. Get an extra hit. Oh, another drill. I tip my hat to you, good sir and or ma'am. Fellow drill connoisseur here. 79% crit. Pretty good. I guess the next thing we'll enchant, assuming that we don't get shielding, will probably be on the solar farm. Something like that.
If you have to ask the price, you can afford it.
Ooh. Metro Gnome. Haste 1 for 2. Haste the other adjacent item for 1 second. Is that better than Aiden? I think I'll pick it up and look for an upgrade. Fiber optics. Okay.
Everyone, you got it.
So I guess we can try something like that. Non-weapons. Wow, bunker. Too bad we're not running one of those. I rarely ever get to see that guy. Reaper? Oasis Guardian. Pharaohs. I think Pharaohs actually takes us out. Might be worth trying though. Or do we just go for EXP? If we get the skill, we can drop rocket launcher. I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna try it. Probably bad idea, but or not.
Every shadow.
One shot, one kill, please. Damn. Damn. Actually, hold on. 6.4, and then what if we put you here? Slow items, small, medium.
Do you have any huge items?
Soldering gun. Come on, guys. You can't do this to me. No, we're just gonna ignore that. We're gonna pretend we didn't see it.
He needs to get his numbers up or something.
Burn skills. Dually crit.
Trust me, kid.
Let's go with burn. You burn with an item gain shield equal to double that item's burn. First time you fall below. When you use your leftmost item, burn 2. You know what? Sure.
I don't want to know.
Skills.
Are you prepared?
Rightmost burn item has 6 burn. Yeah, let's not do that. Well, we can't even afford that. Well, actually, no, because gain shield equal to double. Is that just kind of hurting us? I don't know, that's a good idea. I mean, we'll get more poison on there. Fuck it, let's go for it. Fine. Fine. Okay, left mouse turns right, which is that one. Okay. Let's see where this insanity's gonna take us.
Boring.
Wow. Fixer upper. I don't like that. Damn. Okay. Little too strong. Got the battery for the toxic spiky shield. Bird times 3, which is poison, abacus, shiny fixer upper, multicast with turbo balcony. Wow. That is nuts. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. Poison. I would actually like for this to burn so that it can trigger itself. Restorative. Heal could work. I will cope and say that.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh.
Nope.
Ugh. Window shoppers.
Sure, more health. Why not? Alright, so we could use the skill. Skill would be really good. We need start of combat haste. I mean, the drill is great. Drill is amazing. But we just need a way to activate quicker. Yeah.
If I got any goods.
Oh, EXP's nice.
To trust the shrouded stranger, the Bazaar is more than a city.
Okay.
It is their place.
You should know.
Day 10,
I'm
Vanessa.
a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Pretty far ahead. Oh god, it's one of these. Alright, please activate drill. Come on!
Defeat
Okay.
does not defeat
Whew.
me.
God damn. Almost had my number there. Disgusting. Ooh. I think the healing came in pretty clutch there.
Come with no weapons, leave with big
Ooh.
bargains.
Pyrocarbon. I wonder if that's better than solar farm right now. Because when we gain burn, we haste 2 seconds. I'm gonna buy it and find out. Let's do something 6.4. What the fuck? What was that? Sure, let's do something like that. Upgrade an item. I think I want to upgrade the fiber optics here. Then it'll be 2 seconds. Small.
The finer the meal.
Oh, I understand. Class isn't for everyone.
Okay, so Colossus? Alright. This is very ill-advised. Probably not the best test. Oh, that's pretty damn good. Okay. Okay. Same problem though. We need an activator. We need something quick. Let's just get health. Freeze. Or diamond. Let's get a diamond skill.
Class, you know.
When you slow, your weapons gain 6. Crescendo, vehicle. Your burn items have their cooldowns reduced by 50%. Wow. 50 damage. Alright. Yep, more damage. More damage is good. Octopus. Heard a cat. Wow. Alright, well, okay. I fear what we are running into here because we are past day 10. And it's a pig. Oh god, it is freeze. Shit. I mean, at least he doesn't have a stopwatch, but still. Oof. That's a lot of burn. Holy shit. Yeah, a lot of regen too. 241. Oh, crazy. Okay.
I would spar with you, but this leg.
Probably should have gotten the temporary boost there, but okay. Loot. Yep. Oh, I should have taken the silencer away. Krip was saying the other day that to remove anything that affects your cooldown off before you apply, because there's some kind of like weird bug where it doesn't take as much away as it should. Oh, that's me being dumb. Whoops. Okay, almost at 200. Well, I think the Volcus Enforcer actually kills us. As much as I want to go there, I think we just go with the Titan, even though we can't really make use of the skill anymore. That's alright, if we get like another Junkyard Lance, it'll help us with our econ. Not that we're particularly hurting right now, but... you know. Small items.
Good step toward good taste. Neither wealthy nor wild, huh?
Skills. Yes, please. The leftmost item has 24% crit. I would rather that doesn't crit me in the face. Shield your weapons, gain 3 damage for the fight. I mean, that is more scaling, but we're going to be using its sub-ability rather than it more, so... You have at least 7 items. Cooldowns reduced by 5%. We're probably going to go with that one.
I do not teach violence. I teach mastery, Albert.
Okay. It's Dooley. Pretty high up there. 8 wins. Oh, it's a DJ. Oh, shit. Alright. Yeah, out-damage this guy. Go, 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 go. Nice. Woo! Alright. Damn, that was good setup, too. Turbo Robotics Factory. Heavy Robot. Nanobots. Race Carl. Damn. Well, we were the better robot there today. Sure. See if we can still find upgrades for some of these guys.
If
If you
Nope.
want cheap junk, go see Curio.
Okay. Upgrade or gold skill. I think I'm gonna upgrade the silencer here. Okay, more damage. It's at 5.3, almost 5 seconds. That's pretty good. I think we're gonna go with temporary boost and just get the most out of the damage that we can do. I'm gonna try Enforcer, even though it's a bad idea.
For us, it's a job.
Nice. Cooler heads prevailed. Very good, very good. Monster. Okay.
Take the day off, boys.
I think 2, 1. Okay, so this should get us to 17. I would prefer either the damage or this crit. Not this, though. Okay. I mean, skills that are unique to Dooley usually have to do with either friends or the core. We do have a friend, but we're not using the core anymore, so probably either poison or burn.
Included with every poison, free admittance to my lectures about poison.
Slow. I was really hoping for the toxic fire. Paralytic poison's fine. It's only 2 seconds, though. Let's see if we can look for a skill vendor.
Stick close to
Monster skills. Ambush. When you slow haste a weapon. Fortunately, we do not have that. Use a weapon, it gains 4 crit chance. Do we get ambush and immediately deal damage to our opponent? Or do we search for something else? If only we had some kind of slow.
When the outlands
We do not.
shift too? Are they as confused as
Yeah, if we can chunk our enemy at the start, that's probably good, right? So Vanessa looks like 7 wins as well.
Not to squabble with nobody.
Oh no, 9. And it is a flagship. Oof.
Like my crew says,
Flagship sunk.
another round.
Ooh, it had double damage too. Damn, and trickle down economics. Wow. Wow. Sure, dig site.
The surface of the outlands.
Ice luge. Ooh. Snowflake. Build's pretty solid, so we don't really want to mess with it. I'll take that though. More damage.
The Cretaceous era?
268. It's really good. We try to find CDR.
Well, howdy, hero.
More damage is
20
good.
years waiting for you.
Oh, there's a little bit of CDR. Okay. Get you.
Circus to see that find a home.
Oh, let's take that off. Do that.
Hooey! Now that's a bargain. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
Okay. 7.3. 5.1. Almost at 5. So close. So close. Alright, we'll just go for value so that we can get level 18.
The Bazaar is corrupt. Let the desert cleanse you.
Okay, maybe more CDR? Ammo. Man. If only. Let's go with gumballs. Temp boost. Okay. Pig on day 9. Or level 9, but I didn't see if he died. He did. Uh-oh, fixer-upper. Oh, we did chunk him down a bit, so... Oh god, that's so much. Ouch. Yeah, we can't beat this one. Oh, man. Feels bad. But at least we know pyrocarbon. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. It works with drill. It's really nice. We got pretty lucky with some of these. Getting the silencer, getting the fiber optics, shiny on the drill. Can only imagine what would happen if we made it and got silencer on the not silencer, but shiny on the silencer. That would have been insane. Not bad. Usually I don't like. Usually dually runs are kind of boring. By comparison, I mean, it was a drill build. What do you expect? But pretty good, all things considering. Looks like our worst run so far is Vanessa, really. And that dually run actually started out pretty horrible, so I'm pretty happy with that. Okay, let's... Where are we as far as XP? Okay, we're there. Ooh, we're using up our tickets here. Let's do another pig run. We'll have to start eating into our gems. Okay. Don't hurt me too bad. Heavy bandages. Fiery hot stones. Toxic marbles. I think we'll go with fiery hot stones. that's nice. Okay. Alright. Let's try to go for a cinder here or a skill. Skill's actually good. Should go for the skill. That way we can find a matchbox. Maybe a ladle. Do like a cold room setup, maybe. Maybe ice club. All right.
Not all Jabalians are pacifists.
All right. Fine. Let's get a hammer because we are going to try and do matchbox if we can. Wow, that is
I mean,
that is incredible. Okay.
You do see these tusks, right? My dreams are too big for you.
Well, that is something. Ooh, deadly matchbox and a fixer upper. Damn. Might get screwed here. Yeah, he is putting more burn on. But... oh, tie. Hell yeah. Good. Wow. We managed to match their pace. Let's see if we can get a fire salamander. No, we'll take that though. It's fine. Burn skill. Yeah, I'll go with that. More health. Health's good.
I'm impressed.
Non-weapon items. Matchbox. Get one of those. Put you over there. Sure.
Share this experience today.
Can we beat the rogue scrapper? Yeah, probably. Yeah, we're good. Literally cooked. Good shit.
Believe you'll win, and you'll win, but not against me.
Medium. If I go here, gold, neutral. Let's get gold. Small, large.
I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable.
Okay. Damn, it was a waste.
Right then, off you go.
I probably Nah. I was gonna say maybe I should have bought the piggy bank, but
My fight is
nah, that's all right. I'm okay without that. Gold fire skill, but got no fire items. That is unfortunate. I might still die though.
time, boys.
Close.
Less blood.
Almost did.
More plunder.
Early wins are important, so I am very glad to get those. Okay. It's day 3, so
Sale, no sale.
maybe cold room? Nah.
Every item finds its buyer. It's a relationship, you know?
Ooh, okay. Chance for Matchbox.
Remember, diamonds.
Yeah, let's get the VIP card. It's not bad. No, though, no Matchbox. Damn. Super stingy here. Go after the Flame Dancer. Do we get value out of the Trooper? Yeah, alright.
Weapons blood. Hand them over, innit?
Hello, cat. Are you awake from your nap? Do you want to go outside now? Yes. Yes, you do. Okay. Alright, there you go. Oh, you don't have food.
You're vexing me, bruv.
There you go. Okay. Do we win? We did. Income, sure. Oh, okay. We can up some burn here. Let's get some more burn on the matchbox. Gonna upgrade the ladle. Yep. Really need cold room, so hopefully we can find it. I'll put this guy in here because why not? Because effects can go on there, even though it's kind of early for that, but whatever. Oh, drill. I'm gonna die. Too much damage. Yeah. Gold, weapons, skill. 40 damage. Man, it's so boring to fight against. Opening gold skills.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge.
Hey, there's cold room.
I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Cool. Okay.
Smart shoppers buy vintage. New is for suckers.
Now that's quality.
Normally I wouldn't do that, but can beat the Hellbillies, so let's try. Yeah, it looks like we'll be alright.
You gold
Actually would have liked if that would have gone off, because would have upped the value a little bit. Fine. We're a little behind on XP, so let's look for a fight. Pretty sure this guy kills us. Let's try, but yeah, just because of this. We just don't have recovery. That's like our big thing. Yeah, just too much. Well, it was a free one. It just kind of sucks that we lost. 5 or fewer items. Cooldowns by 4.
We made progress today. I'm proud of you.
I mean, that will eventually be a thing. It's just not something that we can really use right now. Medium large.
Oh, hello. I mean, welcome to my business.
Fixer upper.
On behalf of the Grand Society of Mister. Anyway, thanks.
We'll hold on one more day for the matchbox.
I may be young for a captain, but
it's very unlikely that we'll find it tomorrow, but there is a chance, so we won't discount it just yet. Finding a ledger would be amazing, so hopefully we can do that, but in the meantime, we'll just have to go with what we got. Maybe find a snow globe too. That would be cool. Billboards. I don't know.
Like my crew says at the bar.
I don't know. Maybe we might eventually pivot to something, but not at the moment. At the moment, we'll just kind of stick to our guns. Medium.
I hope you find who.
Cold room.
Free. I like the exercise.
Should be 2 items now. I think we're gonna go with the saber tooth for the skill. No skill for us. Okay.
Get me your huge items. Price? Don't care. I'll take it, I guess. I guess I made a sale.
Man, only mediums, huh? That sucks. Okay. Alright. Loot. Property. Let's go with some gold. Economic items. Ledger, maybe? Ledger.
Golden seed, my friend.
Ah, damn. Okay, okay. Well, it needs to be... We need to sell 10 items. Alright, I guess we need to start hoarding shit. Cool beans. I wonder if it's better that I put the... Well, no, the Uzi's 2 seconds, right? The Fang is 3. This is a lot of damage. 50 crit. Ugh. Oh. Dodge? Oh, dodged one.
I paint my ship red,
Damn.
but I don't.
Didn't dodge the crit there. 18% chance to crit. And I got crit. Story of my fucking life in this game. If it ain't like if it's below 50% chance to crit, it's a 100% chance to get crit. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. Okay, so we want to do... I'm going to do something like that. It's day 6, so we're not going to find that anymore. Big sad. Let's do something like that.
People first, profit 10.
Ooh, gumball machine. Oh, nice. Okay. That's a good one.
Enjoy your purchase.
3.
If that doesn't work out,
That's good as well. 4 more.
Do you have to leave already?
Chocolate. Oh, and we got a gumball, which is good. For you. Let's put you there. You. 1 more. Should give us just enough. Oh, we missed one. Oh, that's sad. Okay. Damn, one short. That could end up being a big deal, but... Alright, fine. I think we'll go for Zookeeper because we can get the, this guy, Salamander Pup. She could put on the, Matchbox. Salamander Pup. Crook. Need to enchant the gumball machine eventually. Fire would be preferable in this case. Heal, regen.
Look, it's okay to have a crush on me. I love everyone.
Wow. Wow, that's insane. Alright. Means we're gonna be out of gumball money for a little bit, but
Might leave a scar, but nothing a tattoo won't cover.
Diamond Cold Room on day 6 is actually pretty nuts. Silver or lower. Time to upgrade you. Okay, so now it should be 10 value. Let's do this. 5 golds. Well, kind of have to, because you don't have money. This is at 8, so 2 more items. Okay.
Are you sure? Noticed I'm huge?
Well, this is interesting. I can say that. Oh, DJ. This is probably a loss then. Oh god, he's got like the nuts draw. Jesus. Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, and Ballista. Oh my god. And Command Ship. What the fuck? What was this build? DJ Nanobots, Race Carl, Bellista at Gold, Energy Potion with Command Ship. If you have a vehicle, reduce your non-vehicle items cooldowns by 15%. Jesus Christ, dude. What the fuck? That's fucked up. It's a crazy build, though. I'll say that much. Jeez. Let's go with the docks. Okay, nice. Shields. Sure, fine. Whatever. Sell items. Chocolate. I think we go with chocolate. Yeah, because we want to just juice the our stuff, so 3 more. Corsair. Can we beat Corsair? We have to beat them twice. I don't think so, but I'm gonna try anyway. Because we can freeze up to 3 items at a time. So we could build up enough burn to maybe do some good here. It looks like we will. Nice. Alright. Fiery Rebirth. Be crazy? Spyglass. Weapons, shield. Let's go with gold skills. First 3 times use a non-weapon. Each fight charge 1 weapon 1 second. Not really. Oh. Hey, there we go. Reduce the cooldown of your properties by 10%. Yes, please.
But not all power has wisdom.
Economic item. Why not?
I made
Sure.
that same investment once, I'd say the results are evident, wouldn't you?
Ooh, this is a good place. Kind of sucks that I don't have a lot of disposable money right now. Might just have to get rid of the rewards card if it comes down to it. I'd rather not, though, but...
There 20 years, waiting for you.
I should have bought that before, because that was free.
Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything. Warms my rusty circuits. See that find on. Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you. Warms my rusty circuits to see that find on. Trash is
Crits we actually want to put on the ladle.
Hooey! Now that's a bargain.
We don't have damage.
Reuse everything.
Yeah. Ladle. Okay, 5 more.
My dreams
Yeah, if we find a fire enchant, I'm putting that on the gumballs immediately. Alright, should be good. Very nice.
That was impressive.
Chocolate. Oh, right, and the piggles. You know, actually, that's not bad to put in there for filler items, so I'm not going to complain about that. We need 4 more. Okay, so we go here, we sell this, get these. Ooh, enchant. Alright, let's get a fire enchant. That would be pretty cool. Ooh, restore. I think this ups my HP, so that's kind of alright, but not great. Okay, we need to sell 6, 7 more. Dragon. I don't know if we can beat the dragon. I think we're gonna try. Probably would have a bit more confidence if my ladle was gold, but... Pretty sure I'm gonna eat shit now. Oh, maybe not. Oh, come on. Really? It just kept doubling up this one? Oh, what the fuck was that? That was horseshit. Why does it do that? I saw it do that to Crip the other day too. Your leftmost heal item gains 30 heal. Well, I mean, I guess because it's hilarious, we'll put it on that, but man. All right. Yeah, it keeps doubling just the one for whatever reason. So weird. Health and shield, sure.
People here look so funny.
Oh shit. Well, guess it's gonna miss that. Oh well. Okay. Shielded subscriber. Ooh, man. As tempting as that is, I just do not have a way to afford any of that.
I hope you come back in one piece.
Gumballs. All right. Well, it's kind of too bad I don't have like a lemonade stand or something. All right. Yeah, we need to get a different enchant on the gumball machine. Like I said, fire would be ideal. That way we could start going crazy. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Well. Pretty sure I'm dead. Yeah. Typical setup, whatever. It's fucking dumb. Haste.
But gold is nice.
I don't have anything that hastes. Oh, guess we're doing random.
Canvas, and time is my paint.
Fire, please. Deadly.
I've come too far to fail now.
Well, we can give stuff crit chance, so that works. Yeah, fair enough. Leftmost item gets crit. Okay. Oh, hey, gumball machine. Nice. Okay. probably okay. Don't know. We do want that, though. Purifying Flame would be crazy. Because we are building regeneration. So, yeah. Oh, wow, we got it. Wow. With haste. No, I think we want something else on here. Ooh. It's the devil. The devil's in the the fixer-upper. I mean, ideally we want like fire or something. What happens if I actually haste the fixer-upper? Three items for 1 second. What about cold room? 2 items for 3 seconds. I think I'm gonna turbo the cold room. Alright, so... Got it. Fire... Sure. Let's just up the burn by 1. Kind of running out of money. Let's go for fight. Before we do that, %61% crit chance. Seems fair to me. That's pretty good. Hey, crits. All right. I like it. Yeah. Oh, where's the oh, we don't get the gumball until we go into the event, right? Right.
I should warn you.
Oh, double drill. Yep, pretty sure I'm dead. Maybe? No. Wow. Get fucked, double drill dually. Damn, that is crazy. That is insane. Okay. Well, I'm pretty happy with that. Keanu regen, sure.
Regenerate if you don't have any wounds. In other words,
Weapon, heal. Oh, we really don't have enough. I guess we'll just go with that.
Your energy into the wound. It will regenerate.
That's kind of neat. Okay, 83%. 93%. Nice. Let's just up the burn by 1, not spend any money. Gumballs. Okay, so this is now at 99. Can it not go above 100? I thought these were giving out 10 per. Whatever. Oh, well, it should be above 100 now. Yeah. All right. Next enchant's gonna go on the Fixer. We definitely want to get the Juggler here. That would be nice.
It's all about motivation.
Wow, we actually got it. Wow. Wow. Okay. This is a game. So actually, what's giving me crit now? Oh, right. Right. Okay, so the next one that I want to up, I think, is going to be the Matchbox. Risk some coin. Yeah, because we have an event that can get us some of our money back. So, okay, then we'll do one of these. There we go. Seven. Alright.
Boring.
Oh god. Okay, 15% chance. I'm relatively safe. Yeah. Okay. $96. fight. Waken District. Okay. There we have a possibility of winning. Oh, we won. Damn.
Like a nice person.
Balcony.
Maybe too nice.
Okay, so we do. Okay, so that's at 100. 60%. So if we put balcony, we remove these two. We do something like that. That's actually insane. Okay. Property Baron. Oh, and we could get the double here. Okay. Master Salesman, please. Yeah, we need to get enchant on the fixer-upper, like, ASAP.
It's all about motivation.
Ah.
You gotta know what you're fighting for.
Oh, man. Come on. Actually, let's upgrade the balcony here. I probably should have upgraded the, ledger, to be honest, but that's fine. This is at 6. Okay, so goodbye. Oops. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get crit on you. Okay. Gumballs, you say? Sure. 9, so it's not gonna get the value. Ooh. Fine. Alright. Okay. So much micromanaging. Oh, God. Okay, yeah, let's get an EXP. Okay. Alright, so here. Okay, alright.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
Yeah, we need a fixer enchant like fire or something. Ooh. Subscraper. Ooh, actually the toxic will probably kill me, to be honest. Yeah, I think he's got my number here with the toxic. That sucks. Damn. So strong.
My people just don't get it. It's
Oh, is that it? Damn. Finally put together a pretty good fixer-upper build and then ended up dying. Okay. Ah, just short again. It's sad. Alright, well, I think we'll do one more. We'll do a
I'm here to
Vanessa
sink
run.
ships and drink grog. And I'm all out of grog.
Hopefully we get something good. If not, I'll just have to improvise with some random bullshit. Whoa! Turbo grenade, deadly powder flask, toxic mantis shrimp. Poison equal to this item's burn. When you slow, this gains 10 damage and 1 burn. I mean, I do like the powder flask. I also like the toxic mantis shrimp. Let's go deadly powder flask.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying. I guess
Grenade it is. Alright, fine.
I can buy things. Huge things.
Oh. Look, it's our starting lineup. Alright. Well, we can beat the drone with this setup. Hopefully we get the skill. Nice.
See that plank?
Oh, we got the skill. Good shit. Okay.
Ah, a friend. I mean, a customer.
I think we have a game.
I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase.
When can you get dock lines? Let me check. I can't afford it right now, but dock line starts at silver. Good to know. Narwhal. Alright, well, unless this guy spams weapons, we'll probably be okay, but there's always a chance that we won't. Restorative Piranha. We should be okay here. Just need to crit him in the face a couple of times. It's a 65%. Please crit. Thank you. Non-weapons.
Your destruments.
And of course we get no slow items. Leftmost burn has 3 burn. Rightmost has 20 damage.
And you've learned all you can from me.
Damage is good.
She's wonderful.
Ooh, the keener the blade, the quicker the fight.
Probably. Okay. 0 out of 1. 0 out of 2. Ah, there we go. 1 out of 3. Hey, 2 out of 4.
Pathetic, as spineless as a jellyfish.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
Ooh.
So, how about this weather where... Oh, you're leaving. That's good. Happy to make a sale. Sad to say goodbye. Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
Okay, we need to find a silencer. That is not it. Not it either, but the upgrade is good.
Excellent choice.
Alright, well.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Palago.
Really need to find that silencer. Ooh, shield. Wow, you're at 40% and you're still not? After 2 hits? Here we go. Damn. Just couldn't outscale the shield. Not too surprised, but it's still disappointing. I've been picking the gold option lately just because a lot of the bronze loot items aren't good. I've also been getting a lot of truffles from them, which really not that great. Really not that great, so...
Put a few rounds in a dervish for me, will ya?
one income, why not? That's fine. I think. Again, I don't know.
But this'll be fun!
Oh, cool. Well, crit there's good.
Knew that would happen! Didn't care! Woo!
Alright. Rigged skill? No. Damn. Let's start a combat haste would have been huge. Ah. Feels bad. First time you freeze. I don't know if we can find anything in here. It's not bad. Can't really reroll though.
Another empty chest, waiting to be filled.
Bronze or skill?
I'll keep honing my skills. Next time, I might surprise you.
Rightmost item. 8. I guess.
Maybe I'm getting better at this.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge?
Turbo Piggles. Wow. Well, he does have succulents, but I should be fine.
Well, motivation isn't everything.
Didn't have any shields, nothing that could really build damage. Oh, hey, we got Turbo Piggles. I don't know if that's intended or not, but hey, whatever, that works for me. That's actually kind of what I need, to be honest. The only thing that sucks is that if I eventually find Silencer, well, I mean, it can still work. I'll just get the... I just need to figure something out at that point.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. You might try JJ's shop. Real friendly guy.
Items or damage? I think we're gonna still search for the silencer. There it is. Item to the left. I think reduce its cooldown by 20. Okay, so here I actually need to do something like that. Even though it's kind of eh. Alright. Alright, now we need to find a what's it's called? A crow's nest. Safe, let's just go after the brawler.
You're tougher than you look.
Cool. Hey. Weapons. Ah, Uzi. We'll save it.
If you have to ask you can't afford it.
Upgrades. Nah, doesn't look like it.
Window shopper. Place to store the
Skill
rest of the tyrant's
damage. Actually, that's not bad. So we seem to be going pretty quick
I may
there.
be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
My dreams are too big for you to steal.
The only problem is scaling. Like, I eventually want to get a cloak. But that would mean I would have to get rid of the powder flask, which would suck. We need something that does slow real fast. So probably like a dock lines, actually maybe even a trip, like a tripwire. I think we need to eventually look for that. Something like that.
Faulty saw cost me my arm. The last time I ever went cheap on tools.
Crit haste. 1 item for 1 second. Well, unfortunately, we do not have space.
Every day. Maybe next time.
Welcome to Gigamart. Can I help you find everything?
Okay, that's kind of nice.
1,000 more. Our owner might.
It's good too. Does tripwire start at gold? Tripwire does start at gold. Damn. It's gonna be a while until I see that then. Alright. Mod squad? Guess we can try it. Okay, I was gonna be like, I don't even know what I want from here, but probably crypto. Slow.
Living in your future. No, I won't tell you what happens.
Nope. I mean, that's like an alternative, I guess. Till I figure my shit out. Silver weapon, silver item, loot. Alright, not truffles, please. Well, it wasn't truffles, so... They did listen. They did listen. Can't be mad at that. Good enough. Fight, please. Oh, Jesus. Oh, man. Alright, let's get this over with. Fuck.
Life, but not like this.
Crit, you asshole.
I will do far more with your life
72%. Still only crit one time. My word.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
You do see these tusks, right?
Uh-oh. Cold room. That's bad news bears. All the items in the world, and you've frozen my double barrel 4 times. That is insane, dude. Alright.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste.
Oh, silencer upgrade.
I'm finished with fighting, but I can help you finish a fight.
Do we even risk Arbalist?
Newful teaches stillness. I prefer action.
I mean, we'll give it a try, yeah. It says double. Man, that is expensive. I just don't know. $7.2. I mean, all right.
Use it well. Make me proud.
That seems dumb, but fine. Skill isn't really that useful. Oh shit. I actually lose the cooldown. That was kind of a waste then. Damn, man. Damn. Alright, trash golem. Really don't like that thing there. Damn. Not fast enough. Alright. No, I don't know what to do.
Oh, hello. Welcome to my business.
Wow. Well, there it is. Again. Ooh. Okay, 8. Don't need that anymore. 8, 9. 17, 20. That feels not good. Okay. Bite the bullet.
Don't you have anything smaller? Oh, look. It's so tiny. Where's Mitsworth? Oh, did he see me close a deal?
Something like that.
You can't be the fastest shot, be the fastest reload.
Alright, that reloads. Maybe we can get slow on the ballista, assuming that we live long enough for that.
Now, don't go shouting about it. I keep a low profile.
Okay. Sure.
Go ahead.
Buff.
Underestimate me. It makes
Word.
this more fun.
Oh no. Well, this is a bad one to go up against immediately. Yeah, they just eat me alive here. Oh. Literally one more shot. Ah. Come on.
Hey,
skills, fine.
Pip is affordable. Cute kid too.
Don't really have a choice. We have no money. Sure. Shock trooper or thug? Thug, I guess. So I'm gonna be 1 second slower, which really sucks. But hey, maybe we can get spices. Or bonk. Works too.
God, I'm trying to survive.
Anchor. Not what I wanted at all.
There's a little fire in everyone. I can make it.
Wow. Burning or fiery double barrel. Yeah, would have been nice with hindsight. Alright, let's fight something. We need to catch up. Weapons, skills, gold weapons. You crit your weapons, gain 5 damage for the fight. Sure.
Ancient wormcat technique. Destroy many.
We're out to dethrone a king.
If we make it far enough into the fight, we might just get to use that.
No, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Oof, okay. That's scary.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Okay. Man, you know, it'd be cool if we could get, eventually get Bloodhound. But that's not really unless we make it to, like, the later days, so... on a wish and a prayer.
I think that suits you
go with that boost. Last for the rest of the day, so Guardian, Jack. I think we can beat the Shoal. Yeah, it would be nice if we had some kind of slow going on, but we currently do not.
Waste of gunpowder.
XP. Let's go. Medium, large.
Among your seeds, acorns. Home. Oh, okay.
Darn.
Maybe next time.
Rare event, why not?
My
Diamond
services
items. Well,
a protest against mediocrity.
no.
So few have the courage.
Way too expensive.
My fight isn't.
That was a wasted event. That sucks. But maybe we'll be okay here. Dooley. Ooh. Fire shield. Yikes. Alright, we need to start attacking before the burn ramps up too bad. Along with the shield. Oh! Just there at the end. Wow, he had the diamond overclock too. Well, I didn't mean to play this again. It's just what we ended up with. Another Uzi? Damn. Mantis shrimp. Alright.
Any good fights lately? Oh, I do miss it.
Obsidian blunderbuss. When you burn, charge this one. This has double. I don't have any burn, unfortunately, so.
And when you carry
Alright. Not saying no to that. Death Knight Reaper. Pretty sure this guy kicks our ass. So we will fight Reynad instead. We should be fine. Tools of the Tree is actually not bad. That'd be nice. Shielded blue piggles.
Then come back and tell me.
Oh. I gained another from the fight. Hey, look. That's just what the doctor ordered. Boost. Damage. Monster. Perfect. Let's see how this goes. We can walk away with the crit skill. That would be good. Three for 3. Wow. Ooh. Okay.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this
Life
more fun.
coupon. Well, let's hope we can survive this deadly power drill. Oh my god. Toxic Pier. Okay. Well, if we can hit him with the thing, we should be alright. Barely. But we made it. Good job. Okay, we need like another... We need like another Uzi.
Serious speed ups. And I'm cuter.
Turbo Arbalist. It's kind of cool. Turbo Revolver.
Stay long.
Yes, please. Haste charge. Sure.
The hardest part of my technique is believing it.
First 10 times use your leftmost item each fight. Haste one item for 1 second. Charge poison. You don't have money to reroll, so fuck me, I guess. Sure, that's double haste, so there's always a chance it'll land on the list. Yes, we need the charge. We need juggler.
Already? We barely got our flags up.
Never lucky. Boost. Damage. Medium, large, or friend? Let's get friend. Ooh.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
I don't even know. Whatever. Fiery Crow's Nest. Ooh, Toxic Fang. Oh, okay. That's not good. Okay, come on. Turbo. Wow.
To your future.
Yeah, actually, let's double up on the weights.
I won't fall. My people need me.
Chocolate. Sure. Gold aquatic. Just get some loot instead. XP is always good. Guess we'll go gumballs. wastes, or I think we attempt to get the skill again. We kind of really need it. Juggler, please.
See that plank?
Damn it.
Walk it.
I would tell you who sent me at the edge of the foundation.
Level up.
They wait. They build.
Gold skills. Yeah.
I too was once young and impatient. I understand.
Use an ammo item, burn 3. First time you fall below half health, haste 4 for 2. Burn 3. Inexhonorable. Sure, why not?
You will be ready for Adira's training.
Yep, more HP. It's kind of too bad we didn't find a temp boost, but okay. Obsidian Nightshade. Hogwash. Oh god. Come on, attack! Ah!
Read the tide.
Damn.
Listen to the wind. They will
Another run, just short of 7 wins. Ah, we really got fucked over with the skills. God damn. Yeah, if we had gotten Juggler, we probably would have made it to at least 7. But we did not. Instead, we died. Alright. Well, you know what? That's not bad. I think that's where we'll call it for today. Let me see where we are. Did we get a level? We did not. Pretty close, though. 2 rank tickets left. 51 chests. Let's open another 10. Let's slot machine it. One more for the road. Alright, Ed. Still no legendary skin. Crazy. That's pretty sad. Not bad on some of these, though. Not too bad. Oh, 10k. We just crested that. Nice. Alright, well. You know, not too bad, huh? Not too bad. That's pretty productive today. That's kind of nice. We didn't really have too many failures, all things considering, so... Oops. Wrong screen. My bad. There we go. Yeah, pretty good today. That was really nice. I mean, aside from those, we should have won more games, but the quality of our opponents are pretty good, and we just didn't get the right stuff to like sort of maximize our build, which is really unfortunate. But other than that, it wasn't like a major failure or anything. We didn't have any, or we got nothing. So I'm pretty happy about that. I don't know if I'm going to stream again this week. I want to say the chances are pretty decent because we did miss a stream on Tuesday, but I don't know for sure. It just kind of depends what's going on because we're still in the process of moving to our new apartment, along with all of the other crazy shit that's happened. So, yeah, that's what we're going to call it for now. I'm just going to leave it off there. And, thank you for joining me on another adventure, another journey through the Bazaar. I do appreciate it. Follow me here on Twitch, also on Twitter for updates. That's where I update everything as far as my streams, like I said many times before. But yeah, that is going to be it for today. It's been a lot of fun, and it started out a little rocky with my allergies and everything, along with everything else that's going on. But I think today we did pretty good. So appreciate it. Thank you so much. Please have a good rest of your day, and I will see you when I see you next. More than likely it's next week, but you never know. There might be another stream that's coming up here soon. A lot closer than that, maybe. But stay tuned. Anyways, have a good rest of your day, and I will see you when I see you next. All right? Have a good one, and stay safe, stay warm. Bye-bye.